middle game of the 3-game series. The homestand will conclude tomorrow afternoon. Check out the Rockies lineup brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Dexter Fowler, the speedster, leads off. Troy Tulowitzki, the shortstop, hits second. Todd Helton having a great season, hitting .347. Brad Hopp, the cleanup man, .363. And look what he's done against Ian Snell in his career, 5 out of 9. Ryan Spilborghs really hurt the Buccos with his glove, especially last night. Ian Stewart at third. Chris Iannetta, Clint Barmas, Aaron Cook round out the starting 9.
Ian Snell will make his 8th start of the season. 1-5, 4.50 ERA. Again, coming off that good outing against the Mets. He came away with a loss, his 3rd loss in his last 3 starts. There's the package of numbers for Ian Snell. He continues his work, progressing, and going to hope to get some good glove work. And the Pirates have been flashing in leather so far this series.
Brandon Moss, Nate McLeod, Delwyn Young in the outfield, left to right. LaRoche and Wilson on the left side. Sanchez, LaRoche on the right side. The defense for the Pirates. Jason Jaramillo back in the starting lineup, catching Snell. Dexter Fowler, that's from the left side, and we are underway. Fastball is high, and it's ball 1 on Dexter Fowler. 2 for 4, plus a walk, a bunt single last night. He takes a strike, it's 1-1.
4 career starts for Ian against the Colorado Rockies. He's broke even, 2 wins, 2 losses.
And 1 ball, 2 strikes the count on Fowler, who has walked a dozen times, struck out 25 times. An on-base percentage of .331. Not great, but when he gets on, he's a threat. 10 steals on the year, including 5 in 1 game. Jaramillo sets up inside, but that's not where it was supposed to go. That's fine. Swing and a miss.
The results are what counts. You know, speaking of that stolen base situation, you're going to watch this strikeout for Ian Snell. There was a lot of running last night without much throwing to second base. So you got to watch the jumps that prospective base runners are going to get, because they're getting some early breaks towards second base, and that takes any chance away from the catcher. So we'll keep an eye on that as the game progresses.
Troy Tulowitzki, .250 average, 2 out of 4 last night. Had a 1-out single and stole second base off Paul Mahalam in the first inning last night. Doubled his second time up. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Stole that base without a throw. You know, Greg, I don't care how long you've been around, whether you're a rookie or you've been pitching in the big leagues 10 years, you strike out the leadoff batter. That's a good feeling. That's a little shot in the arm. And hope that Ian Snell can feed off that.
Oh, good looking slider. You love to see that from Snell. You love to see the good fastball, Steve, early, and the good slider.
Watch Jaramillo. He's going to go out as that ball is down and away. Winds up looking like a real bad pitch in terms of location. A bad decision by Tulowitzki, but that pitch was doing a little something different location-wise when it came across the plate.
Breaking ball, 2-2.
Yeah, those sliders that are caught almost down in the dirt, when they're coming across the plate, they're not there. They're up a little higher, a little closer to that outside corner.
Fly ball to center, Nate McLeod. It's his night, and that's his baseball. Time to check out Steve's keys to the game, brought to you by A&L Motors.
Well, so far so good. Snell early. You'd love to see Ian get into not just the first inning. People have a big emphasis on getting out of the first inning, but the first 2 or 3 innings. So just to let your ball club relax and back you, get your feet on the ground. Now you're deep into the ball game, and perhaps a big hit. That particular item has been absent the last 2 nights.
Well, wouldn't it be fun to have this man deliver a big hit or 2? Domet did that on his bobblehead night, recall. Ryan Domet, fastball and a called ball 1 on Helton. His average .347, 9th in the league in hitting. 2 hits away from 2,000 for his career. 2-0.
Just a little note on conditions. That ball that Tulowitzki hit had a lot of carry to it, so from left field or from center field around to the left field pole, the ball is going to be carrying very, very well. That ball that Troy hit, I thought was going to be caught on the grass. It almost got onto the warning track. So there is good carry from left field on around to the pole.
There's the breeze. Three and one now. 24 walks for Ian Snell, tied for fourth most in the National League. Edinson Volquez and Daniel Cabrera of the Reds and Nationals tied atop. Oh, that just misses. Can't blame Snell and the Pirates for winning that call. The home plate umpire is Angel Hernandez. Bill Welke at first base. His brother Tim at second. And Scott Berry, who was calling the balls and strikes last night, is at third.
Important for any pitcher to learn the umpire's strike zones. You didn't have to learn yours. You have to learn his. And
is that an indication, Steve, that's going to be tight tonight, not just for Snell, but maybe that's Hernandez's strike zone, huh?
Yep. You got to figure out what it's going to be like as early as you possibly can.
Brad Hopp, fourth in the league in hitting at 363. Also fourth in RBIs with 30. Albert Pujols leads the National League with 37 ribbies. Christian Guzman of the Washington Nationals is a 377 hitter to lead everybody in the senior circuit. 2-0 now on Hopp, and time called by Jaramillo. Snell gets the first two as Joe Kerrigan checks out his notes. Pirates pitching coach, scouting reports. Jaramillo.
A lot of film, a lot of paper.
Yep. Quick visit for Jaramillo to the hill. Try and settle down Snell after he got the first two men. And there's a strike.
A lot of paper, a lot of film, and then the intangibles. You know, that feel, that instinct. They say he got it. He's got it figured out. You know, what to throw, when to throw it, where to throw it.
Missed for that fastball. 3-1. Brad Hopp's two-run homer in the ninth inning off Matt Capps. He raised a 1-0 deficit. Foul tips it.
That's a good pitcher's pitch on a 3-1 count. That's a hitter's count. Good fastball. In on the hands, down a little bit underneath the swing area.
Yeah, the location good. The velocity at 92. Talked to Snell after his start on Sunday. And interesting, it's not unusual that his velocity increases as the game goes on. Just got a piece of that one. I mean, to the point where one batter halfway through the game, I forget who it was exactly. It might have been Delgado, but it was David Wright. 94, 95, 96. One pitch after another in sequence. Right now sitting at 92, 93. Clint Hurdle, always positive, always talking. Led his team to the World Series a couple of years ago. This ball fouled out of play.
You know, many times they talk, Greg, about going up the ladder with location. Kind of high, a little bit higher, a little bit higher. It's nice to go up the ladder with speed. 94, 95, yeah. 96.
Snell just 1-5. But Williams pitched better than that. He hasn't pitched great, but better than the 1-5 indicates. Another 3-2 pitch. And another foul ball by Brad Hopp. Helton taking off each time on a 3-2 count. Here comes the ninth pitch of this at bat.
No more secrets. See that many pitches.
Liner, base hit. Puts runners at first and third.
Well, they went away from the fastball. They threw a slider, I believe, and a good piece of hitting by Brad Hopp. You know, a lot of hitters will just have that knee-jerk anticipation. Keep seeing fastballs on a lot of full count deliveries, but he sees the slider. Wasn't a great slider, but not a bad slider. good at that, he gets the base hit. Many times you don't have to show him a very good breaking ball. Just the fact that it's a breaking ball instead of the fastball will get you an out. Not that time.
First and third. And Ryan Spilborghs hitting .271. 1 for 4 last night. You have to say he probably single-handedly took away at least 2, if not 3 runs with that glove work.
The Wilson almost home run, and then the ball that Adam LaRoche hit.
2 on and 2 outs in the 8th inning. One ball, one strike.
He did the job. You get the idea there's more than one. It's just not Ryan Spilborg. It's Ryan Spilborghs. He played like 2 guys last night.
You and I were on the radio, Steve. You made a good point. Spilborghs sounds like maybe from a science fiction movie.
It's a Star Trek kind of a guy. And, just maybe can do very, very unusual things, and he did some things that you haven't seen much of in left field. It's not an easy left field to play. It's a huge left field. He played it as well as you can.
Breaking ball for strike 2. It'd be nice to see Snell get out of this, as he has really had to work hard now the last 3 batters.
Yeah, and he's giving Mr. Spilborghs a steady diet of sliders. A lot of sliders during this at bat.
Here's the 28th pitch of the inning. Well, not yet.
Yeah, they don't count those yet. They're counting everything else in baseball. I don't know if they keep track of all the throws to first base, but who knows, they could.
They do, by the way. They do count them. You can look it up, as they say. 2-2 and hit the other way. Delwyn Young toward the wall. Gonna have to play it off the wall. A run in, and a hop going to be waved home. Sanchez guns toward the plate. It's off the mark, and it's a 2-run double for Spilborghs off the wall and right, and the Rockies have a 2-0 lead in the first.
Two quick outs and 2-out action for the Rockies. Just kind of sliced it off the bat to the short porch in right field. 2 outs, everybody on their horse. 2 of those horses scored. Delwyn Young did just about as much as he could, just turn around and hope he's in the right position for the bounce.
Ian Stewart. He got the 9th inning going last night with his club down a run as a pinch hitter. Opposite field double to left field. 6 starts, 6 runs for Snell in the first inning.
And the thing is now to try to not let yourself get discouraged. You've got those 2 quick outs. Okay, I'm off to a decent start. Now I've given up 2 runs. Now this is where you start grinding out. You have to start grinding in the first inning. You just can't say, well, my shutout's gone, I'm not going to have a real great game, but you can still have a good game.
You can have a win. And this wind is going to carry this ball back toward Jaramillo. That wasn't easy. That was, as the gunner used to say, a home run up an elevator shaft. Wow. After a half, Rockies lead 2-0. Sanchez, Nate McLeod, Adam LaRoche. Brandon Moss hitting 5th and was 7 for 12 in that series against the Cardinals. Those 3 games. Andy LaRoche, Jason Jaramillo, Jack Wilson, and Ian Snell.
He'll be facing 30-year-old right-hander Aaron Cook in his 7th Major League season. 2-1, 5.03 ERA, making his 8th start, as is Ian Snell. And in first 7 starts, he's given up 7 home runs. Interesting story for Aaron Cook in that category. He throws a lot of ground balls. He's usually a guy that gets double plays, a lot of ground ball outs, but 7 starts, 7 dingers so far.
Tapper, second. Up with it, Barmas. Delwyn Young is retired. 4-3. After that top of the first inning, Ian Snell and Jason Jaramillo back to the dugout. Jaramillo, I imagine saying, hey, you're doing your best, like your stuff, I'm guessing, because at times you do have to tip your cap to the other side. Nice job by Hop and Spilborghs after the walk to Helton. Here's Freddie Sanchez now. 0 for 4 last night. 6 hits in 16 at-bats on this homestand. And a .324 average. We'll talk a lot tonight about what took place in Cranberry Township today, this morning, and early this afternoon. And Freddie Sanchez, along with some of his teammates, spouses, this ball fouled away at the grand opening of the Miracle League field of southwestern Pennsylvania. It was just a spectacular event.
Yeah, very, very special day for a lot of very special people. You know, Greg, you know, a baseball player gets cheered and booed, but I wish every person who lives in western Pennsylvania could have heard and seen Freddie Sanchez with those kids, what he had to say and how he interacted with those children.
And Barmas leaping to rob Sanchez. Check out the Colorado Rockies defensively. You saw Barmas make that play. In the outfield, it's Fowler in center. He's flanked by Spilborghs and Hop. Ian Stewart, Todd Helton on the corners of the infield. Tulowitzki along with Barmas in the middle. And Chris Iannetta behind the plate for Aaron Cook. Spilborghs made those plays in left field, leaping over the wall to rob Jack Wilson of a home run. One of the best plays an outfielder has made here in the history of this ballpark. That was leading off the 3rd. And then he robbed Adam LaRoche of extra bases in the 8th inning with 2 on, and Pirates could have used some insurance in case you missed it last night. Jack Wilson figures this is home run number 1 of the season and a 1-0 Pirates lead.
Yes, Spilborghs did not have time to go over there and set himself. He had to make his jump on the run, and that to me was the special part of the play, because they don't play Jack Wilson to pull the ball. So he was on the move when he had to jump. A lot of guys will go over, get position, get their timing right, and then go up. He had to do it while he was still running, and brought that ball in from that seating area and back to the State Farm sign.
And McLeod lifting one to left. Spilborghs. And the center fielder Fowler last minute calls him off. Pirates go down quickly after 1. It's 2-0 Colorado. officially opens Pirates Charities Miracle League Field, designed specifically for children with special needs. First of its kind in the Pittsburgh area, in Cranberry Township at the new Dick's Sporting Goods Sports Complex at Graham Park. Chairman Bob Nutting of the Pirates there, along with team president Frank Coonley and many others. Steve Blass and some Pirates players, and Freddie and Elisa Sanchez helping christen that great, miraculous field. Strike is called on Chris Iannetta. We'll hear from Freddie Sanchez, who got very emotional. A lot of people did earlier today.
Yeah, if you heard Freddie and saw Freddie today, you would be a Freddie Sanchez fan for a long, long time.
0-2 the count. Mike Sherry is the Miracle League of Southwestern Pennsylvania president, and it was his vision, and along with the help from the Pittsburgh Pirates and Pirates Charities, committing $200,000 toward the construction of that field, which includes a $50,000 contribution from Freddie Sanchez and his wife Elisa. And last year, Mike Sherry, as we said, the president of the Miracle League Field of Southwestern Pennsylvania, was actually handing out little pieces of rubberized, the piece of the field that was going to be built. And Freddie talks about that. We'll hear from Freddie in a moment. Chris Iannetta is out number one. Clint Barmas is the second baseman for the Colorado Rockies. But Mike Sherry, the president of the Miracle League of Southwestern Pennsylvania, offered that vision, that physical piece of the track that was eventually going to be
the surface.
The rubberized surface, so that it can handle wheelchairs and the like, walkers, other special needs.
Special design.
That's got a chance to get out of here. Line drive, and it is gone. Clint Barmas, his fourth, gives the Rockies a 3-0 lead. It is the sixth home run given up by Snell.
Tell you what, I don't want Ian to strike out the leadoff man in more innings.
No.
Well, that ball was right in the wheelhouse, and it probably didn't need a heck of a lot of help from the wind. It got a little boost on its cruise out in there, but that was gone from the time it left the bat.
Barmas makes Snell pay for that mistake for sure. Aaron Cook, a .214 career hitter. Sanchez will make this routine play. 2 outs. And brings up Dexter Fowler. Fowler, that strikeout victim to start the game. Snell's 8th start this season. Ball, 1 strike, and a foul tip. Fowler is 23 years old, native of Atlanta, 14th round pick of the Rockies 5 years ago. Natural right-hand hitter. We're told that he didn't start switch hitting until he got into pro ball 5 years ago, which is highly unusual. And in tight, 3-1. Tulowitzki next. Should Fowler reach, 3-1 count. Now full on Fowler, who stole 5 bases in 1 game, April 27th.
probably not in the best frame of mind. You don't want to lose this guy because with nothing at stake, he'll be running. 2 outs, kind of a quiet scene. Ball fouled away after the home run by Barmes.
Snell really, Pirates felt like, was ready to step into almost an ace role after his 14-win season, his first full year in the big leagues in 2006. Went 14-11 with a 4.74 ERA. Struck him out looking. A couple of strikeouts, but the home run by Barmes. 3-0 after 1.5. Rockies. Bottom of the second, down 3. Roche 1 for 4 last night, 5 out of 16 on the homestand. Cleanup hitters batting a whopping .625 against Aaron Cook this season.
Yeah, on the other side of the coin, last 2 starts, last time out against Florida on the 10th of May, 6 innings, 1 run. The start before that against San Diego, 8 innings, 1 run. So he has cleaned it up in the last 2 starts.
He made 1 start here at PNC Park last season. Gave up 4 runs in 7 innings. And the cleanup hitter been a real trouble spot for Aaron Cook this season. Brandon Moss back in the lineup tonight in left field, and he is our Geico quote. Just feels great to contribute again. It's tough when you keep going out there day after day and don't do anything to help the cause. You start to press. Getting some hits and driving in some runs helps a lot. Tonight's Geico quote.
In left field, and not a total stranger to play in left field here. What's it?
Handful of starts this year.
5th start. And it is a huge left field, but he's been out there a handful of times, so it shouldn't be altogether strange. Yeah, so ironic that a ground ball pitcher like Aaron Cook has given up 7 home runs in his first 7 starts. Doesn't figure.
Liner to center. Boy, Moss rifles that one into center field. He now 8 for his last 13 on this homestand.
That was the crack of the bat. You could hear it all the way up here.
He has a sweet looking swing. Southwest field cam. Crack of the bat.
Sounds of the game. Well, get another good crack of the bat, get under a little bit, and tie this thing up with 1 swing.
Steve talking about the home runs. Cook has given up 7 this year in 7 starts. 13 all of last year in 211 innings.
But we talked about these last 2 starts, and they were good ones against San Diego and Florida. No home runs.
So his first 5 starts, he gave up those 7 homers. After giving him a total of 13 in 32 starts last year. And that's going to drop in. Tony Beasley will wave the runner home. Here's the throw. It's cut off by Helton. Adam LaRoche scores as his brother Andy brings him home.
Yep, the ferocious LaRoches. And that ball hit perfectly to allow Adam to score. Still might have been interesting at home plate, but they cut the ball off. Just a little flare. If he hits that ball sharply to center field, good chance that Tony Beasley is going to hold Adam at third base. But just a little soft serve into center field, and Pirates get on the board.
The LaRoche brothers. Adam got it going. Andy continues it. Moss to second. Switch hitting catcher Jason Jaramillo at the plate. One 1-800-SAFE-AUTO reminds you that you are safe at home with Safe Auto, proudly supporting the Obadiah Cole Foundation for prostate cancer screening and awareness. Early detection is the cure.
Now we talk about the key hits that the Pirates have not been getting. You're in a situation now where you can have yourself kind of a bust-out inning.
Well, how many times we talked about that over the last couple of weeks, where you have chances to have those crooked number innings.
What's been happening, you get this kind of a start, you get a run in, but now a lot of double play balls, everything gets shut down, and you don't really cash much in. But the opportunity is here once again tonight.
The other way and out of play by Jaramillo. Robinson Diaz started 5 straight games. And hot bat, he might be back in there tomorrow. It's been a combination that has been surprisingly productive in Ryan Domit's absence. The combination of Jason Jaramillo and Robinson Diaz. There's Ryan Domit.
Keep in mind, Aaron Cook very much a ground ball pitcher, no matter what those home run numbers say. The double play opportunity presents itself from the Colorado Rockies standpoint.
Count of 3-1 now. He has walked 19 batters this year, has Aaron Cook. 17 of those against left-hand hitters. And he's faced almost an equal amount, lefty-righty. And another one. 20 walks, 18 of them against the left-handed batters. They're loaded now for Jack Wilson.
Yep, there's your ratio. He has that kind of reputation. Been around a while. The Rockies drafted him back in 1997, second rounder. 7th Major League season. Quite a story when you think about it for Aaron Cook. 2004, life-threatening blood clots involving his lung. And he has come back, and as we said, a breakthrough year. Won 16 games last year. I don't think he'd ever won more than, he'd never gotten in double figures his whole career, minor major leagues. Had 16. It's not easy to win 16 when you pitch for the Rockies. You got to tip your cap to Aaron Cook.
Sure do. August of 2004, placed on the DL with those blood clots that started in his right shoulder and then spread into both lungs. Jack Wilson taps this one just past the pitcher. Third baseman Stewart makes the play. RBI for Wilson. And it's a 3-2 game. Moss scores. Andy LaRoche moves up, as does Jaramillo. Well, if Cook can make this play, there's that double play ball you're talking about, perhaps.
Yeah, it would have been awkward. The Rockies might have been better off that he didn't get involved in the play. They might not have gotten anything with it. The awkward finish of his attempt.
Yeah, you're right. Southwest Field cam, another look. Jack Wilson's 9th RBI makes it 3-2. And now the pitcher Snell.
Greg, I don't know much about medicine. I'll be the first one to admit that. But I do know that when blood clots start moving around, it's dangerous. When they start to move, you've got big issues.
Well, in September, a month later, he had the top rib on his right side removed to relieve that compression on one of the veins. An 8-hour procedure was done in St. Louis. The rib was pressing against Cook's collarbone, and that restricted the flow of blood through a vein in his right shoulder.
Sounds a lot more complicated than Adam's rib.
Yes.
He has come back.
Real 0-2.
Real opportunity to have Ian Snell shorten up. Try to put the ball in play. Not a double play situation. Hit it somewhere.
Well, we have talked so much since spring training about the work that Tony Beasley has done with these pitchers. Talked to John Russell about it in spring training. They were wanting the pitchers to do a better job with the bunts and just being able to handle the bat. Get a piece of it. Don't be automatic outs. Oh,
wow.
Just missed.
Well, we thought Ian Snell was going to do a call earlier on the pitch on the outside corner. Might have been the other side of the plate, so it might be one of those nights where the pitchers are going to have to get a little closer into that hitting zone. Contact, the name of the game here.
Just a pop-up that's going to be handled by Helton. For the second out, it'll bring up Delwyn Young.
Well, the Pirates have scored 2. That's good, but again, the opportunity still remains open.
And
single, innocent little flare single somewhere, get you 2 runs, and now you've really maxed out an inning.
Say in the open, we focused on this man right here, Delwyn Young, 26-year-old. Los Angeles, California native. One of the top prospects in the Dodgers organization. And takes a ball. Didn't have much playing time. A crowded outfield in LA, especially after they acquired Manny Ramirez, so he was the odd man out.
And now Manny's the odd man out.
Really relegated to a lot of pinch hitting duties last year. Delwyn Young ranked 4th in the majors with 14 pinch hits, despite missing 36 games with an oblique strain. And it's outside, 2-1.
And here's the thing about Aaron Cook. He won 16. He had a lot of innings. What, 211 innings? Only 96 strikeouts. So you're going to put the ball in play. So you don't really have to be all that concerned that he's going to blow the ball by you. You're going to have a chance to make contact.
And liner to left center field. Delwyn Young delivers a 2-run single. The Bucks take the lead.
More like it. And the skies open up. As the Pirates open up in the bottom of the second, so did the skies here at Pittsburgh.
A liner to left center. Andy LaRoche and Jason Jaramillo scoring.
And the thing is, Greg, they're going to cover the field up right now. We have some rain in the forecast, but it is going to be improving. So chances are we're going to stick around as long as it takes. If you're wondering about the Pirates' bad luck continuing in terms of a rain condition that could wash out this nice-looking bottom of the second inning. We're going to have a lot of baseball tonight.
Yeah,
it may take a while, but we're going to play.
It may take a while. It may take a couple of minutes. We're not sure. And if you're a Pittsburgher, you know that. It could be here a while. It could pass quickly. Meantime, we'll be right back here at PNC Park. We'll take a timeout and return. Buccos leading it 4-3 now.
get a feel for what they have in Delwyn Young. Interesting now, the Pirates are going to be batting against Matt Belisle, you mentioned. He has one complete game in the major leagues. That was 2 years ago against the Pittsburgh Pirates when he had those 30 starts for Cincinnati. But we're ready to go. We've still got action, and we've got a Pirate lead.
Batter is Freddie Sanchez, who lined out to second baseman Clint Barmas in the first inning.
So far from Matt Belisle, this is his 13th appearance. He's 1-0. ERA of 9 as he has worked 12 innings and given up 12 earned runs, including in that total 3 home runs given up by Matt Belisle. So he comes on here to work with 2 outs in the second inning.
1 hour and 37-minute rain delay. These could be fun. I mean, a lot of times after long rain delays, anything goes. Things get kind of wild.
Yeah, we got a lot of people here. They were undercover. Now they're back out, and sounds like kind of a feisty crowd. Yeah. And the Pirates have the lead, so we could have some fun tonight.
See how the Pirates bullpen reacts. Delwyn Young takes off, does not have very good speed, yet still steals the base. And from our vantage point, it looked as though the tag was applied, and that the Rockies have an argument here, at least at first glance, and Clint Hurdle thinks the same.
Well, the thing I like about it is that, yeah, it's a slow track. There's a lot of moisture around, but Delwyn Young takes off. I think kind of a surprise tactic. And are they saying, oh, a tag on the hand? Let's see where this tag is applied. I don't think he got part of the shirt. And Iannetta thinks he has him. Let's see what we can see.
I don't know. I'm not so convinced that they got him after that.
Well, that first shot, I thought he might have tagged him on the hand.
Maybe hit the hand or swiped his jersey.
Look at the hand, the high hand.
Oh, yeah.
Right there.
Wow, that's close.
Yep. Well, there's the issue. And there's the line where the foot is not on the base.
Oh, is that close?
Great camera work,
yeah.
Guys. Yeah, that's good look.
So the person of interest steals second. And Freddie Sanchez a chance to bring home another run. Pirates have bounced back here in the second. And a little flare to no, not going to drop. It's going to hang up there for Fowler. Sanchez is retired, but the Bucks take a lead 4-3.
And by Levin Furniture, home of the luxury Stearns & Foster mattress.
Time to check out our day automotive this day in Pirates baseball history. May 16th, 1992, Barry Bonds, a pair of homers, 6 RBIs, but the Pirates lose to the Padres 10-9. this day in Pirates history. Thank you, Day Automotive. Barry Bonds, former MVP with the Bucks, later on to the Giants. Barry Bonds, no question, would help lead the Pirates to 3 straight division titles, but not able to come through in the postseason.
Sean Burnett started 13 games for the Pirates in 2004, but he's been a bullpenner ever since. As you take a look at his current numbers as he comes on to work with a 1-run lead here in the top of the 3rd inning.
Probably likes this. This is fun for a guy who used to be a starter and kind of gets to warm up as if he's starting at the end of that rain delay.
The memories come rushing back. I used to be out there when they played the anthem. That's what he's thinking.
Yep.
He was 5-5 that year, 2004, when he had the 13 starts. And then the arm miseries the next year.
Tommy John surgery. He missed all of 2005. That ligament replacement surgery and the long road back. And last spring training, he and the Pirates went in deciding that they were going to convert him to a reliever.
Yeah, well, we got a minute, Greg. Had a chance after we got back from Cranberry today for the Miracle Field to attend the wedding of our next door neighbor, Jennifer Ann Hutchinson, to Brendan Sherry out in McMurray. Pitch inside and the free pass is issued. Yeah, congratulations to Jennifer and Brendan. Watch that young lady grow up across the street. Wish her and her new husband all the best, Jennifer and Brendan Sherry.
Busy day for you.
Yeah. Had the wonderful morning and mid-afternoon at Miracle Field, and then down to McMurray, watch the wedding, get squared away with that, come to the ballpark.
By the way, we were talking a lot before our rain delay there about Freddie Sanchez and some Pirate players that were on hand at the opener of the Miracle League Field out in Cranberry. Pirates charities contributing to that, and our partner FSN Pittsburgh, Sean McClintock, also was part of that group. Was recognized by the folks in the Miracle League, Mike Sherry and Doug Lucas and others. And thanks to Sean McClintock and the folks at FSN Pittsburgh, put on a neat charity event telethon during one of the games last year.
And I hope you don't mind us going on and on about this, because a lot of people do a lot of good things, but this is unique. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this. It's worth talking about and giving a lot of credit to a lot of people about. It's a dream come true for a lot of people and a lot of special young kids. And it's worth a dialogue. Trust me, if you'd have been there, you'd feel the same way. And however you feel about Freddie Sanchez, and he has a lot of fans, his stature was enhanced tenfold by his remarks and the heartfelt way he delivered them. There we go.
Yeah, a leadoff walk to Tulowitzki.
Yeah, let's get back. And this, get back into the ballgame. That's a factor too, because now you got to get your mind right. They shut it down. You go in, you relax, you play cards, whatever you want to do. But now you got to come in, and a lot of it has to do with who's ready to get right back into this ballgame. You can't come out and expect, okay, it'll fall into place by itself. It won't. You've got to come out after the delay. You've got to be ready to get back to work. You got to have, as they said in Cool Hand Luke, got to have your mind right.
3-2 on Helton. That walk by Burnett is the 8th that he has issued in 15 1/3 innings, though 3 of those were intentional.
Well, he needs to deliver a strike right here, and he's got a tough customer to deal with. You've got a 1-run lead. You work very hard, very quickly to get that.
Line drive, base hit for Helton. Delwyn Young gets to it, but it's 1st and 3rd with no one out. Firestone stat at the top of your screen. Brad Hopp, in terms of batting with men in scoring position, he's the best. Coming into this game, batting .500 with runners in scoring position. RISP men at second and or third base. Now, Sean Burnett certainly has his work cut out for him. Infield will be at double play depth. A quick word from Freddie Sanchez.
And you say it so many times, the Pirates would make this deal in a minute, turn the double play, allow the run that ties the ball game up, and quiet things down.
The hit by Helton, just the 4th by a left-hand batter against Burnett this season in 26 at-bats. They were hitting just 120 off him. And it's ball 1 on Hop. I mentioned earlier that Helton was 2 hits away from 2,000 for his career. Now he's 1 away from 2,000, and a fly ball to center. McLeod back, ball carrying toward the wall, makes the catch. Sacrifice fly, and Helton will also move up as Tulowitzki scores to tie it at 4. Hop's 31st RBI of the year.
And the rain hasn't changed the fact that the ball is carrying quite well. That ball just kept sailing and sailing, and thank goodness for the Pirates it was hit to straightaway center field, or else that's out of here.
In scoring position now is Helton. Jaramillo needs some adjustment for that mask, so the home plate umpire Angel Hernandez buys him some time. Something in his eye there. We're talking about lefties hitting just 120 against Burnett. Righties just 214. So Burnett was challenged in spring training to do a better job against both lefties and righties, so he could be used in more than just specialized situations.
Well, you know, that's a great shot in back of Sean Burnett, because watching him from that angle, you get the impression he's just way out there toward the first baseline and throwing back across, and he is. That's you get a good feel for his mechanics as he goes to the set position. Now almost looking down or over at first base and coming straight across.
1 ball, 1 strike, and I guess that's why he starts at the very end of the rubber, the third base side, and comes across. Now Jack Wilson joins the conversation. This is from
check it out,
the other angle. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count on Spilborghs. Two and 1.
I would think you'd have a tendency as a right-hand batter to kind of lean out, because it looks like he's coming from way over on the other side. And now Joe Kerrigan wants to have a little conversation with Sean Burnett.
A walk, a base hit, and a sacrifice fly to tie it.
And not far away from being a 3-run home run.
Snell gave up a solo homer, 3 runs total, 2 innings. We take a look at our Barrel Automotive League leaders in terms of slugging percentage. The Rockies, the National League leaders in that department.
And not for the first time in their history.
Yeah, they're used to that. Bounce towards short, chance of the runner at third. Wow.
Thank you.
Todd Helton doesn't make those kind of mistakes. Not sure how he made that mistake. A veteran like Helton, solid baseball player all the way around. Can you figure that one out?
Yeah, there was nothing unique about that 2-hopper. That was as routine a 2-hopper as you would ever see.
I mean, it makes you think he thinks there are 2 outs, to be honest with you. That's the only explanation. He had to think there were 2 outs.
And there it is. Rain delay, you got to be out here and you got to be ready to play the game. Just too much going on not to be.
A break certainly for Burnett and the Pirates there. Oh, 1 on former left-hand batting Ian Stewart. He fouled out to Jason Jaramillo. Popped the pitch way up in the air. His first time up. 24-year-old Ian Stewart, first-round pick, 2003. A lot of homegrown players on this Rockies roster.
If you think the right-hand batters were leaning out because Sean Burnett looks like he's stepping over to the first baseline, think about being up there as a left-hand batter. Looks like he's lining up to throw the ball right in back of you.
In on him, foul back.
Jam shot. In your kitchen, jam, peanut butter and jam. Any number of different ways to describe that ball in on the hands. We had one of our Latin guys, and he was just getting familiar with the language, and he heard us saying in the kitchen, in the kitchen. He said, that was in his chicken. It was in his chicken. He's hollering out to the umpire.
Fouled it off. 0-2 the count remains on Ian Stewart. Rockies winning last night, coming back in the 9th inning. Stewart played a role as a pinch hitter, leading off the 9th.
All three of their pinch hitters came through.
Ian Stewart was signed out of a high school in La Quinta High School in Westminster, California, by Todd Blyleven, the son of former Pirates pitcher Bert Blyleven. A Rocky scout, Todd Blyleven. Checks. Did he appeal it? No, according to Scott Berry.
So it's Stewart, Seth Smith, and Merton. Pinch hits off the bench. Clint Hurdle.
Now full count.
Trying to get back on that inside corner, but much too far, and a lot of pitches thrown by Sean. This will be 24.
Got him. Upstairs with a fastball. He gives up a run, and it's tied. Head to the bottom of the 3rd. 4 up. And it's a Kids Sunday, of course. Giant Eagle Fun Zone before the game out on Federal Street. Kids run the bases after the game, and all youngsters 14 and under get one of these Oliver Onion Build-A-Bears, courtesy of Mrs. T's. Visit Pirates.com. Oliver Onion Build-A-Bear doll tomorrow, given away to youngsters 14 and under. Tonight, everybody received a Nate McLeod bobblehead, all-star bobblehead, thanks to Consol Energy. And that got a piece of it. He was hit by the pitch. Matt Belial retired Sanchez. One batter he faced in the second. There's the All-Star. The flowing locks. And here is the All-Star getting just nicked on the jersey. Adam LaRoche single to start the second inning rally.
You want to talk about things that really get pitchers ticked off? Just that, getting
nicked, just
getting
barely
nicked
hitting
just
a
on a blousy
jersey.
jersey. Yeah, down to first base. Sure, really did some damage there.
Sounds like you might have been ticked off on occasion. Or no, did they not have?
They weren't so blousy then. Kevin Young, I think, might have had the blousiest uniform I've ever seen on a Pirate.
Different angle. Just got a piece of it.
I'll tell you, when Sean Burnett gets out there, you talk about a blousy kind of a uniform.
Yeah, the uniforms you guys wore when you left Forbes Field and went to Three River Stadium would not have been possible to not feel getting hit by a pitch.
We had the double nets.
Double nets.
They look good on everybody except Danny Murtaugh. They weren't kind to Danny. That's the double nets.
But if a player got hit on the jersey, you felt it.
Yeah. Not too much wiggle room. Yeah.
Check swing. Another appeal. And this time the fans don't like that. Moments ago, it was ruled a check swing.
These
Stewart at the plate.
We've said it for years. They're kind of 50-50 propositions. Get some, you don't get others.
Well, they all evens out in the end. But now, Roche in the hole 0-2. Belial gets him with a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. Upstairs, brings up Brandon Moss.
0-2, go upstairs. And that's what you hope for. You get a lot of batters to chase a 94-mile-an-hour fastball up above the strike zone. They're going to come down empty a high percentage of the time. Tough to catch up to anywhere, especially upstairs.
Time is called. Teams have always liked Belial, his arm, his makeup. Second-round pick of the Braves in 1998. Reds picked him up in the Kent Merker deal in August of 2003, but staying healthy has been his big problem. He's had back issues, arm issues. Last year, late last season, had right knee surgery. Ball one on Brandon Moss, who had another base hit on this homestand. A single in the second. So he's 8 for 13 on this current homestand.
You also wind up with ERA issues. Those are the worst.
Yep. Clouth will steal.
Now he was leaning a little bit there too. Might have had larceny on his mind.
4 for 4 in that department this season. He hasn't tried to run a lot, but been successful, and that's of course always been the case with Nate McLeod. Success story in stolen base attempts. Moss fouls it out of play.
Well, he hit a ball as solidly as you can hit it last time up. Just a BB to center field.
Look at that success rate. Phenomenal. 61 out of 66 in his career, 92%. Hard to believe. That's just superb. He has been caught stealing just once by a catcher. April 22nd last year by Matt Trainer. The others were pitcher pickoffs. 2-1. Going back to last year, McLeod is now 25 for 25 in stolen base attempts. And there he goes, taken for a ball. He's in there again. Oh, nice stop there by Tulowitzki. That ball had a real good chance of going into center.
And the perfect,
I'm sorry, by Barmas.
Yep, the perfect pitch to run on. Look at how the catcher has to reach back away from his throwing arm. As you're gonna, well, we're gonna look at Nate first, and no contest at second base. Look at Iannetta. He's sitting inside, goes way out. Now he's got to bring the ball back to the throwing hand. Just not quite enough time to get that all done.
Watch the stop here. Right there, a chance for McLeod. Had that ball gotten past him to move to third. Now a chance for Moss to bring him home. Sharply hit, but right at second. 2 outs.
Well, it's recorded as a simple 4-3, but you could also hear the contact on that ball. He hit that ball hard.
Yep.
It was the Adam ball.
Andy LaRoche picking up his 12th RBI with that base hit in the second inning. We had an hour 37-minute rain delay right after the Pirates took a 4-3 lead. Rockies tied it up the top half of this third frame. Strike on Andy LaRoche.
Well, Greg, this has a feel of a Rockies Pirates game only at Coors Field. We've got a lot of offense, 8 runs so far. We're in the third inning. Could have that Coors Field effect.
Oh, 2. The Pirate offense has sputtered a lot over the last couple of weeks. Well, they wouldn't mind busting it out.
I'll tell you what, the Rockies know how to play these kind of games because they've played hundreds of them in their yard. They know how to go toe-to-toe. They don't always win, but they know the dance.
Stays 0-2 on Andy LaRoche. Belisle was signed as a minor league free agent in January, started the year in the minors. Had his contract purchased 2 weeks into the season. Reaching out and popping one up to shallow right field, and the catch is made by Hop. We move to the 4th inning. It's 4-4.
BarrelCompanyBarrel.com. Definitely worth the click. And by Aflac. Aflac, we've got you under our wing.
And time for our Aflac trivia question tonight. First, player-specific Major League Baseball bobbleheads were released in 1960. Can you name the 4 players to be first immortalized? And one was a bucko. How about that?
60.
Bouncing ball, diving stop, Jack Wilson from his knees, and he gets him. Jack Flash.
You can just about count on one of those per night. Now he's in the bonus round. We're only in the 4th inning. Liable to see another one. This is just spectacular stuff. Look at that. Flat down. Doesn't have time to get back up from the knees. And a nice pick by Adam LaRoche. This is fun to watch. He is a treat to watch play shortstop.
What a play. Clint Barmas homered off Ian Snell in the 2nd. Jack Wilson robbing Iannetta of a leadoff hit.
I'm going to guess Honus Wagner. Bobblehead. Either that or Ralph Kiner if it's a bucko. Or Pie Trainer, maybe.
You want to name them all? Here's a list of all the former Pirates.
Archie Vaughn.
Louis Bierbauer. Fred Clark.
Now, was it after the 60 season or during the 60 season?
Do you have to be so specific with your questions?
How about Harvey Haddock after the great game?
They were players of that era. They weren't, you were going back too far. Think of the great players of the 60s and 50s.
Clemente then.
Base hit for Barmas. And the pitcher Matt Belisle will be asked to bunt him to 2nd.
Well, am I right or not?
I can't tell you.
It's not very fair. Andy LaRoche in. Brother Adam will be crashing in.
Pops up the bunt and foul. Belisle, career .070 hitter. 5 hits, 71 at bats with 14 sacrifice bunts. So decent bunter.
He'll look down at Rich Dower, even though he doesn't need to. He's going to be probably asked to do this all the way through the at bat.
Pops it up again. Drops between LaRoche and Jaramillo. Now it's 0-2, and the bunt will still be on, but if he bunts it foul this time, it's a strikeout. Here's Rich Dower, former Baltimore Oriole infielder, now on the staff, the Rockies for Clint Hurdle. Glenn Allen Hill, the first base coach. And of course, Clint Hurdle's bench coach, former Pirates manager Jim Tracy. 0-2 on Belisle. Pops out of the mid of the catcher. That would have been a disaster because you're trying to bunt him to 2nd, and you got a chance to get a strikeout. I was just about to ask you, Steve, about when you're ahead of the count on a pitcher trying to bunt. What are you trying to do here? You're going for the strikeout, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. You got 2 options. You can go high fastball like that, because if he bunted that ball, chances are he's going to bunt the bottom half. You're going to get another foul ball. Or you can try the breaking ball downstairs where a guy will tip the bat down, hard angle.
Runner will go, and it's bunted. He got it down. They sent the runner. Everything works for the Rockies there. Sacrifice. Goes 3-4. Before, during, or after the games here at PNC Park, make sure you stop by the Trib Total Media Hall of Fame Club. The Hall of Fame Club open to all fans, offers a full menu, select the drink specials, and a full-service bar. For more information, go to Pirates.com or just stop by on game day. You don't need a special ticket. Your game ticket gets you in to the Hall of Fame Club located out in left field. And after Saturday night games, live bands. Great way to spend your evenings here at the ballpark. At the Hall of Fame Club, the Trib Total Media Hall of Fame Club in left field. Dexter Fowler trying to get the Rockies back that lead. He has struck out twice.
Well, Greg, it's going to wind up being a short night for the Pirates. You got this Saturday night game, you got a day game tomorrow, and getaway day. Got to get the luggage together tomorrow morning. A short night.
It's on to DC and Chicago.
And long stay in the Windy City. 6 nights.
1-2.
There were times with our team when they wanted to take a personnel count if you're just there 2 days. 6 days. That's going to be a test.
Dexter Fowler, their top prospect coming into this season, and he strikes out looking. Well, Jack Wilson got it started. Sean Burnett appreciates Pirate All-Star shortstop Jack Wilson with this fabulous save, robbing Chris Iannetta. It's 4-4. Steve?
I would think so.
The Aflac trivia question.
It's a great guess, you said.
Asking about when these bobbleheads started in Major League Baseball. Jason Jaramillo leads off the bottom of the 4th, bottom 3rd of the order. Matt Belisle in relief of Aaron Cook. And a backhand stop by Helton. 1 out. So now we get to the Aflac trivia question answer. First 4 big leaguers immortalized with bobbleheads in 1960. Roberto Clemente was indeed one of them. Mickey Mantle, Willie Mays, Roger Maris. We understand really they had the same facial feature, but they just changed the uniforms on them back then. A lot different these days, huh?
Where's Henry Aaron?
Yeah. Bobblehead so popular these days. Line drive by Jack Wilson. He thinks it's a foul ball. He stood there. He was certain that was a foul ball.
I'm glad he was, because I wasn't.
Now look, that's a foul ball. Whoa, wait a minute.
Wait, maybe not. Yeah. He was certain for a minute.
Oh, 0-2.
You said Matt Belisle coming into this appearance with an ERA of 9.
Jack Wilson, a career .375 hitter against him. 6 for 16. Pops this one up. For a moment, thought he might have a double. Instead, he flies to right. And Sean Burnett will bat. He doesn't get an opportunity to do much of this anymore, now that he is a relief pitcher. Career .038 hitter. 1 hit in 26 at bats.
Batting left-handed against the right-hander. That's his natural way to bat. I always loved it when Doc Ellis would announce, "I'm going to switch hit this year."
Oh, it depended on the year, huh?
Yeah,
not the pitcher.
Odd number of years. The odd year.
Backhanded by Stewart. And a 1-2-3 inning for Matt Belisle. Through 4 innings. It's a 4-4 ball game at PNC Park. Farm Report. Quincy Latimer, South Atlantic Player of the Week, playing for the West Virginia Power last night. 4 for 5. RBI and a run scored for Quincy Latimer, an outfielder drafted by the Buccos, 4th round 2 years ago. Always good to see minor league players performing well. Latimer, a North Carolina high school product. Now in his 3rd year in the Pirates organization.
Told by that picture, he spent a little time up with the State College Spikes.
Yep. Troy Tulowitzki a strike. Pitch in the dirt. One ball, 1 strike on Tulowitzki. John Russell goes to Sean Burnett, and maybe looking for 3 innings out of Burnett, which is would be a career high, matching his career high from last year. As a reliever, 3 innings of work, June 27th against Tampa Bay. Longest outing this season, 2 1/3 innings on May the 6th against the Cardinals. Toward the gap in left center field, and McLeod not going to get to the gap in time to cut it off before Tulowitzki has a leadoff double. Tulowitzki walked to lead off the third against Burnett. Now doubles to start the fifth.
No chance for Nate McLeod as the right-hander kind of has a little bit of hook on that ball, so wasn't slicing back toward Nate. That takes any chance away. And now Sean Burnett looking down the barrel of Todd Helton and Brad Hopp. It's not a fun barrel to be looking down.
Sixth double of the year for Tulo. That is more Helton-like, that 353 batting average. Last year limited to 83 games because of a back injury. One hit away from 2,000 for his career. Not going to get it there. Well, LaRoche was going to toss it, then not. Yeah. Ends up keeping it himself, and on to third goes Tulowitzki.
Whenever you have the option, Adam, keep it yourself. Don't make it complicated. Don't involve the pitcher unless you have to. You got it? I'll go ahead and take it myself. Hart's going to shorten up and try to prevent this run from scoring. Shorten up your infield against Brad Hopp. You want hazard pay.
2009 Pirates Baseball on FSN Pittsburgh is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines has low fares with no hidden fees. Book now on southwest.com, where what you see is what you pay.
Serious conference here. Everybody's involved.
Entire infield. Burnett trying to get through this fifth inning. Brad Hopp hit the sacrifice fly to center field, drove it a long way in the third. He singled and scored in the first inning. And the runner will not score there. Nicely done by Burnett to get Brad Hopp fourth in the league in RBIs, fourth in the league in hitting. Got him to bounce to second base.
Good breaking ball down and away. Tried to turn it back over and pull it. Most of the time that's terminal.
Now the Pirates going to pitch to Spilborghs. We'll see. Left-hand hitting Ian Stewart on deck. Looks like they are. Two-run double in the first for Spilborghs. Fly ball to McLeod. Burnett, a scoreless fifth. His longest outing since pitching 3 innings, June 27th last year, 4-4. march to the Cup continues. Join us for Spotlight Pens Face-Off Round 3 playoff preview, presented by Trib Total Media, tomorrow night at 10 on FSN. Here is Delwyn Young, the leadoff hitter tonight. Niger Morgan tweaked a hamstring yesterday, out tonight, probably not going to play tomorrow, in the hopes that he'll be back Monday in D.C. And Delwyn Young said he cannot remember the last time he ever led off a game. Certainly not in the minor leagues with the Dodgers. So it's first experience as a leadoff hitter in professional ball tonight. Young pops it up toward the seats, and it will drop into the first row and back out.
So nothing wrong with his debut at the top of the batting order. 2-run single to, at that time, put the Pirates ahead 4-3.
Batting left-handed, Delwyn Young, the switch hitter. 4th-round pick of the Dodgers in 2002. Two balls, 2 strikes.
Let's see, we had a Dimitri Young, a Delmon Young, D-E-L-M-O-N. This is
Delwyn, and no relation to the Young brothers.
Yep, this is D-E-L-W-Y-N.
Full count. 3-2. Freddie Sanchez awaits. 4-4 game. Belial got the last out of the second. A tapper to second baseman Barmas. Goes out Delwyn Young. And Freddie Sanchez will come to the plate. And Freddie Sanchez, Steve, you're right. We can't repeat enough about what a great day this was and how important it was to so many kids in Western Pennsylvania who will never be told ever again that they cannot play baseball, thanks to the Miracle League field that opened up today. And Freddie Sanchez, such a big part of it. Many other dignitaries, Steve Blass. Ball 1 on Freddie Sanchez.
An extensive program, and it was necessary. There were a lot of people, a bunch of people that needed to be acknowledged, and handled the MC duties quite nicely. Thank you.
And Tim Neverett also joining us. Some fun play-by-play.
Yeah, it was.
Parrot was there.
It was indeed. Yep. They love the Parrot. They just love the Parrot.
Sanchez fouls it off. Miracle League field, brainchild of Miracle League president, Southwestern Pennsylvania, Mike Sherry. Located now out at Graham Park, the Sportsplex, Dick's Sporting Goods, Cranberry Township. And the Pirates Charities committed $200,000 toward the construction of that field. $50,000 contributed by Freddie Sanchez. Oh, how about that play? What a play. Wow.
1-2-3, just as easy as 1-2-3. Off Belial, back into Iannetta, and over to Todd Helton, just like you draw it up.
You'll never see that play again.
Look at the rebound off the glove as Belial tried to backhand it. So close. Rockies get the call.
Iannetta quick on that ball. McLouth, last time up, nicked by a pitch on the jersey.
I can't believe how far that ball bounced
I know.
off just the glove, or else he had the foot in back of it, and so there was something in back of the glove that kicked it back toward home plate. Looked like it was going to be one of those slick backhand without looking plays by the pitcher.
Very close play. 2 outs in the 5th. Belial hasn't allowed a hit. Drive to right. Does it have enough height? And does it stay fair? Hey, it's his night. Nate McLeod, all-star bobbleheads given away tonight. And he delivers for the crowd here in Pittsburgh with his 6th. Pirates take the lead 5-4.
That's one of those home runs that does not embarrass the pitcher other than the fact you give it up, but it's out of here quickly. Doesn't have that big towering hang time where everybody oohs and ahs. That was a line shot just inside the foul pole. A quick point for the Pirates. Bucks back out in front.
6 homers, 24 RBIs for McLeod.
Tight, compact swing. Line drive, ding dong.
LaRoche goes down swinging. Nate McLeod, line drive home run. And the Pirates have the lead 5-4 after 5. Saul here at the end. Down he goes. Bang. But he gets right back up. That might be a broken nose. Olive Runyon crying again.
You might need a 2x4 to set it.
Yeah. Evan Meek is the new Pirates pitcher. Sean Burnett goes 3, gives up a run. Meek's numbers.
Nice work by Sean Burnett. Kind of settle things down, hold the fort.
Bounced foul. I'm reminded, Steve, you don't get a chance to see what we do in D.C. You know, they've got the presidents racing. You know, they've got the pierogies here, they've got the sausages in Milwaukee, and in Washington, D.C., they've got the presidents. It's great. George Washington, Abe Lincoln, T.J., Thomas Jefferson.
T.J.
There's a ground ball picked up by the third baseman, Andy LaRoche.
I thought they were going to hold it at Thomas Jefferson High School when you said T.J.
I'm trying to think. Is Ben Franklin? Obviously not a former president, but I can't think of who the... Oh, it's Teddy Roosevelt.
Coming right out of a night at the museum.
Yeah, it is classic stuff. The D.C. race. 4 games in D.C. with Washington. Chris Iannetta, he is 0 for 2. Whoa, look out. Jeez. flying into the seats. Everybody okay. Watch Iannetta. Whoa.
Where'd he go?
Zip. You all right? Oh, and 1 on Iannetta. Pop up. Easy for Jack Wilson. So Evan Meek retires the first 2 he faces here in the 6th. It's the second time tonight that a Pirates pitcher has set down the first 2 men in the order. This game started when Ian Snell retired the 1-2 hitters. Clint Barmas homered in the 2nd off Snell, singled in the 4th off Burnett. Ball to strike on Barmas. Boy, 95, he cranked it up from 92 the previous pitch to 95. Evan Meek, the Rule 5 pickup from the Pirates.
Here's
last
an indicator
year.
right there why they like him. That ball had jump to it.
Yeah.
Not only speed, but jump. It's hard to describe, hard to explain.
Ball bounced to short. Oh, look out. Jack Wilson will be charged with his 4th error of the season and a routine ground ball.
So ironic that he made the sparkler against Iannetta, and now he commits the error against the same man. As routine as you can possibly think. Catches a flyer on the outfield side.
Garrett Atkins bats for Belisle. Atkins started at third base last night, was 0 for 3, lifted in the 9th inning for a pinch hitter. That was Ian Stewart. Atkins struggling this season, hitting under 200. Last year hit 286 with 21 homers, drove in 99 runs for the Rockies. Runner goes from first. They'll make it easily. Barmas has his 3rd steal in 3 tries this season. Steve, you're watching a program that Bill James said that stolen bases are stolen on the catcher. Not this one.
I just don't believe that at all. 95% of them are stolen on the pitcher. Maybe not that high, but I believe a heavy percentage.
He had no chance.
Or depending on the jump.
Yep. 2-0 on Atkins.
This is also a guy on that show, Bill James, saying that he doesn't really think you can get the true value out of a pitcher by his 1-loss record. So in other words, a guy that wins 18 games,
can't tell how good he is. But that's a great shot, by the way, the jump that Barmas had on Meek. Nobody was going to throw him out. It's 3-0 on Atkins. Walked him on 4 pitches. Well, Meek got Stewart to ground out. Iannetta popped up, and then he got Barmas to bounce to short, but the error by Wilson. And then there's a 4-pitch walk to Atkins, and maybe a bit of a timeout here for Joe Kerrigan to settle Meek down, because he thought he was going to have a quick 1-2-3 inning. Dexter Fowler has the turkey going tonight. 3 straight strikeouts. 1 swinging and 2 looking. The first 2 Ks were against the starter Snell, and last time up he struck out looking against the left-hander Burnett. Now he'll swing around and bat left-handed again. And Dexter Fowler, his strikeout total is up to 28 this season. Swing and a miss. It was just 91, but it got in there on him quickly. Fouled off.
You know, Greg, for a lot of the Pirate pitchers, not just relievers either, a lot of the Pirate pitchers, it's all about throwing strikes. I mean, there's no doubt in anybody's mind whatsoever that Evan Meek does not have major league stuff. He does. And Hansen is in that same category. Chavez is in that same category. If these guys get out in front, throw a lot of strikes, they are going to be very successful. But it doesn't happen if you're nibbling and walking people.
Well, they wanted it in on him. He got it in on him. A nice pickup on the backhand, and LaRoche just does beat the speedy Fowler to the bag. That was a nice pick by Adam LaRoche. For tonight's Coors Light Freeze Can, there's Delwyn Young. He's the subject of our Freeze Can with a stolen base in the second inning, or was it? You take a look, Freddie Sanchez at the plate. The throw beat him. Safe call at second base, but
look at the hand, the high hand.
Right there. The
Yep.
Freeze Cam. And you see the foot still
Nobody
off the bag.
there, and the tag is made.
Coors Light Freeze Cam brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Brandon Moss leads off against new pitcher Jason Grilli. Belisle went 3 1/3. Gave up a run, and he is on the hook.
1 run on 1 hit.
A fly ball to left center field, and that's extra bases for Moss all the way to the notch. Brandon Moss thinking 3, but thinks better of it, and a double. 2 more hits for Brandon Moss.
The hot bat.
That's 9 hits in his last 15 at bats.
Perfect trajectory there as the ball slicing away from Fowler toward the bullpen door. Watch how this ball slices away from the center fielder. And Brandon Moss is in motion.
In the dirt, runner goes to third. Danny LaRoche at the plate. Moss moves to third on the wild pitch.
and Netta not quite getting the entire body in front of that bounce, because you never know where the bounce is going to go. So you want to get as much of yourself kind of centered on where the ball hits in the dirt so you can keep it out in front. Wasn't to be.
Infield in, and it's ball 2 on Andy LaRoche.
May not seem like much with Brandon Moss now probably hitting around 240, unless you think back not too long ago when it was 174.
Two and 2 on Andy LaRoche. RBI single in the second. Fly to right against Belisle. Belisle giving up the 1 run, the home run by Nate McLeod. Brandon Moss doubled. He's now at third. Foul ball. Not by much.
Really just trying to pound him inside. But the swing and the miss, the first strike. This time the hands get in almost far enough to push it into fair territory, although if it was fair, it probably would have been caught. Stewart over that close to the line.
And LaRoche brings him home with a base hit to left. The other night the Pirates had chances to bring home some runners and didn't. And they had those opportunities last night as well. This time Andy LaRoche brings him home, still with no one out.
Tried to go back outside after pounding him inside. Just turns it back around. Single. Pirates add on.
6-4 Pirates. Southwest Field Cam. Another look. LaRoche 2 RBIs tonight. 13 on the year.
And when you pound somebody inside and then try to go outside, you want to go out far enough where if they hit the ball, they're not going to get much on it. You've got to go further out. So you either get a swing and a miss or just going to take the pitch. Give you the opportunity to come back in.
Jason Jaramillo, 2-0 count. Walked and scored in the second. His last at bat was a ground out to first. Two and 1 now on Jaramillo. Jason Grilli in his first full season with the Rockies came over from the Tigers last year. Jack Wilson, the on-deck batter. Runner going, and it's a base hit for Jaramillo. Andy LaRoche is going to dig for third, and he's going to make it. Nice piece of base running from Andy LaRoche. Runner in motion. Jaramillo singles.
Nobody out. The Pirates adding on and looking for more. Very quickly, left-handed activity in the Rockies bullpen.
The shortstop went over to cover. That would have been a base hit anyway, but good look there to see Tulowitzki cover when the runner LaRoche was put in motion, and Jaramillo went that way. Good fundamental baseball there. As Beasley talks to LaRoche, and LaRoche watching as he delivers signs. Tony Beasley delivers those signs to Jack Wilson.
Eric Hinsky in the on-deck circle.
Jack Wilson's a great bunter.
If he did that, it would be bunting for a base hit. They wouldn't squeeze here.
No.
Yeah, he's been known to drop the ball down. He's been known to try to push the ball on the first base side with Barmas up towards second base. He's giving that any consideration.
Infield at double play depth. 1-1 on Jack Wilson. Two balls and a strike. Grilli with a 1.46 ERA in 15 appearances before tonight.
How about the other side of the coin? Belial came in with an ERA of 9 and did a very nice job giving up just one hit. It went over the fence, but didn't let the ball game get out of hand. Now really coming in with a great ERA, and he's in a world of hurt.
Step off. Grilli has also walked 6, though 2 were intentional in his 12 1/3 innings.
Well, we talk about an opportunity for a big inning. You've got one right here because you got Jack up there, you got Hinske in the on-deck circle, and this is an opportunity to just bust this thing wide open, and it's not out of hand at this point, just 6-4.
Popped it out of play. 2-2. Wilson got an RBI on his ground out in the second. Flied to right field in the fourth. Really a former #1 pick of the San Francisco Giants out of Seton Hall University back in 1997. Traded to the Marlins for Livan Hernandez 2 years later. He's had some elbow issues over the years. And now ball 3, a full count. Jim Leland, I think, used him as a motivating tool after he was dealt to the Rockies last year and was asked about why the Tigers weren't doing well after he left Detroit. He said that the team chemistry was broken up after they traded Sean Casey. Line drive foul, sharply hit by Jack Wilson. So that was Grilli's response to the question, and then Jim Leland went off when the Detroit Free Press asked him about the comments, and Leland said, basically, I really take offense to Jason Grilli's thing about we losing a Sean Casey. You got to be kidding me. We lost Sean Casey. I mean, please, come on. Jason Grilli ought to just worry about Colorado. Jason Grilli isn't here any longer because Jason Grilli didn't pitch good under pressure situations. Fly ball to right. Runner at third will tag. Hop makes the catch, and his throw toward the plate will not get him. Sacrifice fly for Jack Wilson. Pirates lead 7-4.
Well, if you want to really give a shot to a player, you will tell him that or make the announcement he doesn't play well under pressure. That's the worst thing you can say about a major league player. So it
gets to the heart.
That is getting right to the issue. You want to take a shot at him. That's the vulnerable area.
Clint Hurdle out to make a pitching change, apparently, with Eric Hinske being announced as the pinch hitter. Skipper of the Rockies. With the Pirates leading 7-4. The Columbia Gas 8-1-1 call to the pen. 7-4 Bucks. They look for more in the 6th. check out our Verizon Wireless Road Ahead. Pirates' upcoming games and TV schedule tomorrow, 1:30. As the Pirates conclude their homestand against the Colorado Rockies on a Kids Sunday. Monday through Thursday, the Pirates are in D.C. taking on the Washington Nationals. All the games on FSN Pittsburgh starting at 7 p.m.
Randy Flores just arriving from AAA Colorado Springs prior to last night's game. Last appearance in the big leagues last August against the Pittsburgh Pirates when he was a member of the St. Louis Cardinals. Cook, Belisle, Grilly. Grilly goes a third of an inning, and now it is left-hander Randy Flores. Get after those wings.
That's right. That's right.
I'm very envious.
I know you are. That did look good.
I'm guessing that's Quaker steak.
I would think so. Here's the pitch. Ball one to Eric Hinsky batting for Meek. Scoreless inning for the right-hander Evan Meek with a walk. One ball, one strike, one away. Pirates have scored two more. Now lead by 3. And Flores ahead 1-2. Flores misses. 2-2.
You know, Greg, the way this thing is playing out, you just wonder, probably just a long shot. Don't know if it's even a possibility that Matt Capps would want to get back in there.
Oh, he does.
Just jump back in and just spit out that bad feeling from the game last night.
Strike 3 called on Hinsky.
Fastball, apparently not too low, not too far inside. Strike 3. Not happy with the call.
Delwyn Young batting right-handed now.
Big base hit for the Pirates in the second inning. 2-run single.
Just as the rains were coming.
Absolutely. Gave them a 4-3 lead.
Immediately after that hit, they stopped play. An hour and 37 minutes of delay. That was a huge hit by Delwyn Young. Popped up. Foul territory. Who's going to get there? Oh, overrunning it, Barmas.
He made a long trip over there last night and made a fine play. This time, it's a little too far to go and wasn't able to keep his timing. It was a long trip. By going that far, I said, well, I wonder where Todd Helton and Red Hop are. I wonder how close I am to those guys.
Two count now on Delwyn Young. Headed up the middle. He's got another hit. And Jaramillo to third. Delwyn Young is 2 for 4.
Two outs, nothing to hang around for. There's the base hit. There's Jaramillo. Decides to give it a go.
Delwyn Young getting his second start in right field and his fourth start since being acquired from the Dodgers. He's at first, and at third base, Jaramillo. For Freddie Sanchez.
Got to get Freddie on the hit list. Everybody loves the parrot. Right on cue. Everybody loved Freddie Sanchez in Cranberry Township today. So join the parade here, Freddie.
I understand that the next Inside Pirates Baseball coming up in a couple of weeks, we'll have a full story on that.
Yeah, check it out. You will
in a couple of weeks.
Somewhat inspired by all that.
Oh, 2 count. Freddie Sanchez against veteran lefty Randy Flores. To right and hop there. Pirates pick up 2 more. Marching along to the 7th inning. A 7-4 lead for the Bucs over the Colorado Rockies.
And my wife and I live about 5 minutes down the road, and truly feel like this is our home, and we have a home here, and to be able to be part of this is going to be truly special. I just want to say thank you again, and there's going to be a lot of sporting events played on this day. You go home and watch them on TV, but I feel like the most important game that's going to be played today is going to be here in the Mirror League field of Southwestern Pennsylvania.
Boy, what?
Well said. You can't say it any better.
Can't. You're right. He did it.
Jesse Chavez on to work here in the 7th inning. The Pirates leading by 3, but work to be done. Done a nice job so far.
Steve was talking moments ago about some of the pitchers on this staff that have the good stuff, and his is as good as anybody's. Jesse Chavez, the 25-year-old native of Victorville, California, who was acquired 3 summers back from Texas in the Kip Wells deal. Tulowitzki is caught looking.
I'm not happy about it.
Barks at Angel Hernandez.
Yep. Pretty good looking pitch to me, right on the outside corner, about knee high. And Rocky's got the call on a pitch similar to Eric Hinsky.
Tulowitzki, a fiery player.
Objectively, I think it's a pretty good looking pitcher's pitch.
Helton pops it up and out of play.
Jesse Chavez is not the biggest, bulkiest guy in the world, but he's got a very live right arm. That ball sent to home plate 94 miles an hour.
Movement on it. Gets up there in a hurry. That didn't miss by a lot.
It did miss by a lot, and if you get the call on that one, it wasn't too far away from the neighborhood that Tulowitzki got called on. That would have been more of a reaction from the Rockies bench.
We saw the Chavez numbers: 14 innings, 6 walks. Romeo asking for a changeup. Oh yeah,
a good one it is. That's what the contrast between 94 miles an hour and a traditional changeup can do for you.
That's pretty. This is the 16th time that Helton has struck out this season.
I was going to just say that's not against Joe Smith either.
No.
He's one of the best.
Just the 16th strikeout of the year. And there's strike 1.
You pour that 93, 94 mile an hour fastball down and in to a lefty, down and into a righty, you're going to have some pretty good success.
To center field, and it's going to be a 1-2-3 inning for Jesse Chavez. Very strong. Score through 6.5, 7-4 Pirates. Time for the 7th inning stretch, brought to you by our friends at Levin Furniture. look for more. 7 runs, 9 hits. Strike called. They've had some timely hitting tonight, something they have lacked over the past couple of weeks.
Take a look at the proportion. 7 runs, 9 hits.
One of those hits, the McLeod homer. Ground ball, and not going to sneak through as Varmus gets to it. Time for the Aspendeno play that made you smile. Speaking of that home run, folks got the 2008 All-Star Nate McLeod bobbleheads, and he delivers.
Yep, could have put a vapor trail on that one. That one got out of here in a hurry. Both home runs tonight. Flying shots. Quickly.
Play that made you smile from
McLeod.
Aspendeno.
Yep.
Adam LaRoche has singled and struck out twice. One ball, one strike on Adam LaRoche. Hitting .324 here at PNC Park this season. Liner to right center field, extra bases. LaRoche's second hit. A 2-bagger. 11th double of the year.
And that one was hit right on the button. And speaking of balls being hit right on the button, here comes Brandon Moss.
Adam LaRoche, 11 doubles in the top 10 in the league. See if Moss can bring him home. We just got done talking about timely hitting tonight for the Buccos.
And you never know how many you're going to need.
Just ask the Pirates.
That might be the first commandment in the book of baseball.
An average creeping up. Brandon Moss, John Russell so patient with him. The ball going to be popped up. Easy for Spilborghs or Fowler, and Fowler will call him off for the second out. Enjoy Pirates all season from anywhere with MLB.com mobile services. Get text updates, watch videos, and even listen to games live right from your phone. Text SHOP to 65246. Standard message fees apply. Products available from select carriers on select handsets. It looks like a pitching change. Glenn Hurdle wants the baseball from Flores. He wants a righty to face Andy LaRoche. It's a Columbia Gas 811 call to the pen.
Folks that stayed around, thank you. It means a lot to have you hanging around.
Manuel Corpus. Strike is called. It's been a roller coaster couple of seasons for Corpus. Facing Andy LaRoche, who is 2 out of 3, couple of runs scored, couple of RBIs. One ball, one strike now on Andy LaRoche. Corpus for a time was tried as the closer once again this season. 2 years ago had 19 saves, finished with a 2.08 ERA. When Houston Street struggled early, Clint Hurdle used Corpus. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. He pitched for Panama on the World Baseball Classic this season. And a couple years ago, it really looked as though he was going to be a closer for a long time. Talked about Jesse Chavez and that electric stuff some of these guys have. Corpus in that category. Brian Fuentes struggled and was on the DL a couple years back, so they used Corpus, and again 19 saves. Now 3-2. One of the problems the Rockies have had this season is now that Houston Street has reestablished himself as the closer, it's getting the ball to Houston Street. And now they're down 3. They want to keep it a 3-run deficit. Do the Rockies. Time called. 24,496 paid attendance tonight. To see out here tomorrow afternoon for the final game of this homestand. LaRoche fouls it out of play.
You know, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I really do. You hold on to this ball game and you do your job tomorrow. Wind up with a 4-2 homestand. Now, maybe you wanted more, maybe you were hoping for more, but if you can do that kind of work in various homestands, you can do some damage. But I plead guilty of getting ahead of myself.
You do. You try to win series. They took the series with the Cardinals. Try to even things up tonight. Strike 3 called, and you can see by Andy LaRoche's reaction, he didn't like it. And watch Angel Hernandez, because he is moments away from tossing somebody.
Yep.
Andy LaRoche wants to stay in the ball game. He's going to have to just walk away now. part of that. Great diving stop, robbing Chris Iannetta leading off the 4th inning. And Adam LaRoche, tough little hop on the backhand and beating Dexter Fowler to the back to end the 6th. The Home Depot doing more on defense.
Different stuff.
Jack Wilson and Adam LaRoche.
I tell you, Jack has an hour's worth of highlights if you want to put them together someday. This one tonight will be near the top.
Yeah. Well, another new pitcher for the Buccos. It's John Graybo facing Spilborghs, who doubled in a pair against the starter Snell in the 1st. And here he bounces one sharply, but Andy LaRoche gets down and makes sure he gets it. 5-3.
He's probably still seething about the strike call, so they're going to put the body in front.
That's good stuff. Get down, and so he didn't let this affect his defense. Oh, that's got to. Doesn't it? You think it has to kill you as a batter to hear the umpire say it was a good pitch? Yeah. Oh man, that just must almost bait you. Did you see that? That was a good pitch. That's what Angel Hernandez said to him. Oh,
yep.
Doggone it. You know, you react like that. That's not what you're thinking.
You're thinking anything but.
Yeah.
And then have
the umpire just said that was a good pitch.
Reinforce the negativity.
Iannetta takes a ball. Graybo looking for a 1-2-3 inning. How about this? The way this is shaping up. You know, the bullpen has been taking its share, rightfully so, of hits, but wouldn't this be a nice game for a bullpen turnaround? With Snell having to exit
so
after
far
the 1 hour 37-minute rain delay.
It has been just that to this point.
The starting pitching has been really fine this season for the Pirates. The offense has been inconsistent, and the bullpen has struggled. But tonight, Burnett 3 innings, 1 run. Meek a scoreless 6th. The 7th was a 1-2-3 inning for Chavez, and now Graybo, who has had his ups and downs, looks for a 1-2-3-8.
You just never know what you're going to get. You know, you had that 8-game losing streak. You come back here and you play 2 beautifully executed game against the St. Louis Cardinals. I mean, playoff caliber execution. The bullpen, which was in sync, remember, as you said last year, nobody but the Yankees had better success late in the ball game than the Pirates because of what Graybo and Caps and others were doing.
Full count on Iannetta. John Russell, along with his bench coach Gary Varsho, checking out the available players for Clint Hurdle on that lineup card. Stays 3-2 on Iannetta. And looking at the possibilities here for the Pirates, they're at the bottom of the screen. Veal, the lefty, and Caps and Yates, the 2 righties available. Caps would love to get back in there tonight. Now, whether he does or not, we'll have to wait and see. And too bad Graybo walks him on a 3-2 pitch. Earlier today, Joe Kerrigan, pitching coach, was out there very early after checking out some video of 2007 with Matt Capps. Look what they do, this exercise, covering the left eye.
So they want his head lined up exactly where, and that's one of the techniques they're using.
They were out at the ballpark today at noon checking out video.
And you saw that last shot of where he wanted him pointing that lead shoulder as he makes his move toward home plate.
At some point, we'd like to show you a video from 2007 when Capps believes that was certainly his best year. Injuries last season. Fly ball to center. McLouth puts it away. Pirates trying to put away the Rockies and even this series. Lead it 7-4.
.com, where what you see is what you pay.
Saturday night, May 30th, Pirates and Astros. And following the game, Sky Blast 1, featuring Zambelli fireworks after the game. And one of country music's hottest new acts live in concert, Zac Brown Band. Chicken Fried and more. Their top hit. Got a new one out as well. They are a great show. Zac Brown Band, Saturday night, May 30th, Sky Blast 1. Pirates.com or call 1-800-BUY-BUCKS. Jason Jaramillo leads off. He's been on base twice.
And Matt Capps is loosening up in the Pirate bullpen.
What a great story this would be for the Pirates. This would be a great feel-good story. You'd love to see the Pirates add on, Steve, on the one hand. On the other hand, wouldn't it be nice for Capps to come right back and get a save?
Exactly.
Because one more run erases that possibility.
But I think they still bring him in. You know, just to get back. In
oh, you're right, because they're going to pinch hit for Graybo.
I almost think, you know, regardless of any situation, get Matt in there, back in there as soon as possible.
Yep. Get right back on the bike. Get back on the horse. Yep. Pop up, shallow left, third baseman out. And it's Stewart. Jack Wilson, a couple of RBIs tonight. Well, Graybo comes out on deck, but we'll see. I think he bats if Wilson gets on, you think? And we'll see. We're going to find out. We'll let Graybo bunt. That does not mean that they won't still go to Capps. Jack Wilson with the base hit, 1 for 3 plus 2 RBIs. John Russell and Adam LaRoche. Now relievers, they don't get a chance to, obviously, to bat against live pitching much at all. This is the first attempt for Graybo. He gets the job done, though, doesn't he?
Nicely done.
John Graybo drops down the successful sacrifice bunt. Rarely does he get a chance to bat. He gets the job done.
Good technique.
Chance for Delwyn Young to pick up an insurance run. And again, that would eliminate any save possibility. Delwyn Young, 2 hits and 4 at-bats. His first 2 at-bats against the right-hander Aaron Cook was 1 for 2. 2-run single in the second before the rains came. He grounded out in the 5th inning against the right-hander Belisle and then singled against the right-hander Grilli in the 6th. Capps continues to loosen up. And he goes down on strikes. We will find out. John Russell has in store 7-4. The Buccos lead the Rockies. Joe Kerrigan was working in the bullpen earlier this afternoon with Matt Capps, Steve.
Yeah, a lot of things going on there. I think Joe's working on making sure that driving shoulder, that lead shoulder, is properly angled toward home plate. Doesn't fly out too far out before you direct it back toward the strike zone. Now, take a look at the split screen on the left, 2007, 2009. I'm going to qualify this. I am not a pitching coach, but these are some of the things you look at, and I'm sure with Matt struggling, they're looking at a lot of things. Now, 2007, you see the arm is kind of forward. It's on its way in, and 2009, could it possibly be, and this is just speculation, that it's not quite ready to go forward yet? And
so it's trailing, huh?
Yeah. So what happens? And again, this is just a possibility that you can get in a situation where your body is out in front and your arm is not catching up. And if your body is out there and your arm is dragging back, your body can't help it anymore. It's done with its work, and you have to do it all with your arm. Now, again, I don't know if that's really working into the whole equation or not, but that's a possibility. You always want to have your arm and your body in rhythm at the same time when you're releasing the ball. You want to have them completely together, and that could be part of it. Could be absolutely miles away, but that's a possibility.
And the reason we showed 2007 because Matt Capps and Joe Kerrigan were here at noon today looking at 2007 video, and Capps was saying that in 2007 you really couldn't see my profile from the center field camera, where this year at times you could see my nose from that center field camera. He falls behind 3-0. Matt Merton and folks getting on Capps early here. Matt Merton has struggled in his career against Capps. Merton lifetime 1 for 9 against him. Capps was anxious to get back out there.
Well, you can talk all you want about velocity, but when Matt Capps is struggling with control, you know there's some mechanical issues, and that's what he and Joe have been working on.
That fastball flies up and in, and not where Capps obviously wanted it. Merton draws the leadoff walk. Batting here in the 9th.
Seth Smith coming in. He had a pinch hit, I believe, in the 8th inning last night. He was not involved in the 9th inning start, but one of the 3 that came off Clint Hurdle's bench to get a base hit.
With an infield hit to start the 8th inning against Tyler Yates. Capps trying to bounce back and get a save. He blew a save, his second of the year last night, and strike 1. When Capps was at his best, and that was 2007, because 2008 wasn't really a good year, struggled a bit with his control, and for the most part wasn't healthy. But 2007, he was pinpoint with his control, could throw the ball anywhere he wanted, was 18 of 20 in save opportunities, finished with a 2.28 ERA, and he walked a total of 16 batters in 79 innings. And 4 of those, I believe, or 5 were intentional. Double play ball, 6, 4, 3.
Everybody in this building heaving a sigh of relief. Everybody in this building.
And everybody on that field and in that dugout rooting for that man, Matt Capps.
Tailor-made.
Well, the second base umpire obviously giving Sanchez that neighborhood play around the bag. Now Tulowitzki. Strike 1. This is it. Jack Wilson to LaRoche. Raise the Jolly Roger and give Matt Capps the save. Right back up on that horse. And he finishes it off with the save.
Yeah, that's better. And that's exactly what you want. As soon as possible, get him out there, get him in an opportunity to get rid of that bad taste, and that's exactly the way it played out. It took a while because of the rain, but that's exactly the way it played out tonight. Good stuff.
What a neat story it was tonight for the Pirates. as they even the series at a game apiece. Had just about everything you wanted.